Trustee Ricketts, how's it going?
It is fabulous. I am going to have to be virtual tonight. I'm behind.
Ready? All right, good afternoon. I'd like to call this special meeting of the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Board of Trustees to order this Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. Could we have roll call, please, Cheryl?
Trustee Ash.
Here.
Trustee Criswell.
Here.
Trustee Gilstrap.
Here.
Trustee Hoskins Sutton.
Here.
Chair Isnard.
Here.
Vice Chair Ricketts.
Here.
Trustee Scruggs Andrieu.
Here.
Thank you. For this afternoon special meeting agenda, we have one executive session scheduled. At this time, I would call for a motion to enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel with possible action to follow in open session for a 20-minute duration. Open session will take place in the Upper Jewel Lounge and in the virtual meeting room.
So
So
moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Board members will be allowed time to travel to the special meeting room now. Thank you. All right, I think we've got everyone back from our executive session now. At this time, I would call for a motion to adjourn the special meeting. There was no action from the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. I had a couple of requests if we could have a short break between the end of this one and the start of our regular meeting. So let's take 5 minutes and come back. All right, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Kansas Community College Board of Trustees to order this Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Trustee Hoskins Sutton.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll now read the KCKCC mission statement, which is to inspire individuals and enrich our community one student at a time. Cheryl, could we have roll call, please?
Trustee Ash.
Here.
Trustee Criswell.
Here.
Trustee Gilstrap.
Here.
Trustee Hoskins Sutton.
Here.
Chair Isnard.
Here.
Vice Chair Ricketts.
Here.
Trustee Scruggs Andrew.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, I call for a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, I would invite Dr. Mosier to introduce, looks like the alumna, Miss Nubia Gomez.
Yes, very good. Thank you. We have one of our very successful student alumni with us this evening, Nubia Gomez Viejas. She attended KCKCC after graduating from Sumner Academy of Arts and Sciences. While she was here, she was a Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society member. She received her associates in business administration and served on the KCKCC's student senate. So after here, she went to the University of Kansas, where she earned a Bachelor of Science in Information Services and is a multicultural business scholar. She worked for Cerner Corporation as a consultant for 8 years. And left Oracle in May 2024 to start her own venture, which is the Cortadito Cuban Cafe in November 2024. So Nubia, would you mind coming up and telling us your story, please?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for having me here today. He mentioned, my name is Nubia Gomez Villegas. I am 33, and I recently left Oracle last year to start my own business alongside my husband. We started Cortadito Cuban Cafe in November of last year. It kind of blew, it was kind of a dream of ours to start something within the community of Wyandotte County. We started Cortadito having something in mind of blending his Cuban heritage with my Mexican heritage and my Mexican roots to create something truly, truly special. It began with that dream of bringing that culture into Wyandotte County. Background on my husband and myself, we also dabble in real estate. We also have a couple of other companies that we run right now. We have a real estate investment company, which is dedicated to revitalizing neighborhoods in Wyandotte County. We purchase homes that have been left abandoned. We remodel them and we offer them at a decent price to homeowners. And we also have a couple rentals in the area as well. My husband also owns a landscaping company. So business kind of runs in our family. My dad is also a business owner in Wyandotte County. He's been a business owner for the past 30 years here within the community. So we opened our doors with one goal, and that goal was to serve strong Cuban coffee, which we all need, bold flavors, but warm hospitality as well. Right now, our Cuban Cafe is known for its signature Cuban coffee, our cortaditos, our cafecitos, our coladas, which are all brewed traditionally. Everything that we make in our cafe is made with love and authenticity. We have options for dine-in, takeout, etc. But above all, we also offer a community space. We want to become that place where people can come and just hang out, and we want to be more than just that cafe. We want to be a community hub here in Wyandotte County. And when I was here at KCKCC, I had a lot of great instructors. I started out as wanting to be a nursing student. I wanted to go into nursing. And I think every young woman wants to go into nursing. Then I found out that was not for me, and I went right into business. And that's where I was able to apply most of my knowledge at. And I went on to the University of Kansas, majored in information systems, left the corporate world to start my own venture. And I think we are in a great spot as a business owner. We're in a great spot here within the community. We've received a lot of support from our local community. This was a much needed space within Wyandotte County and in the neighborhood that we're at. We have had, to be honest, I think right now we've only been open since November, and we are at 289 Google reviews with 5 stars. So we have not had one bad review yet. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity to be here today with everyone. Thankful that you guys have invited me to show kind of the success behind students that come to KCKCC, that students that are able to graduate from here and are able to continue their education. I came here on a Phi Theta Kappa scholarship, and that really helped me out a lot. You know, being a minority student, being a person who immigrated here, being able to obtain this scholarship opened up a lot of doors for me. And then after transferring to the University of Kansas, becoming a multicultural business scholar also helped me out. Because you, as an immigrant or as someone coming in from an immigrant background, you're not open to a lot of financial aid from the government. But schools like KCKCC, who do offer these benefits or who do offer these scholarships to people like myself, who have the grades, who have the knowledge, and who have the guts and the grits to continue on their education. And I am absolutely thankful for the opportunity that the community college gave me, and not only myself, but my family. My sister came here, my sister who also operates her own real estate business. She also came to Kansas City, Kansas Community College. My younger sister also did her prerequisites here, and she's going on into dental school at UMKC. So KCKCC has opened up a lot of doors for us as a family, and I'm completely thankful for that. So back to what we're doing at Cortadito Cuban Cafe. At Cortadito, we're working on growing our reach through community partnerships, through social media, through wholesale offerings to other cafes and other businesses in the area. We're also exploring more community events. We have theme nights. We have possibly a second location in the works. We're hoping that we can open up a second location. And we are deeply committed to staying in the community, in Wyandotte County, and staying true to our roots while evolving with our neighborhood. So again, I want you to thank you for letting me come up here and telling you guys a little bit about my story, about being here as a student at KCKCC, and kind of how that pushed me to be the successful person that I am now. Thank you for your time.
Nubia, where are you located?
We are off of 18th Street in Orville, 400 North 18th Street in Kansas City, Kansas.
Yeah. Okay.
It's that big building. If you see a rooster out, we're open.
I've seen the rooster. Congratulations, by the way. My husband and I have driven by your establishment many times, and you guys are actually on our list. We like to frequent various restaurants and such in Wyandotte County particularly. So you guys are definitely on the list, and you'll see us at some point. So thank you for your presentation, and also congratulations on your success.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm almost always there, and the people that work there are my sisters and family members. So if I'm not there, you'll see a familiar face.
Right. Looking
So
forward to it.
Nubia,
coffee
this is
around.
Trustee Ricketts online as well. Let me say congratulations to you and your husband again.
Thank you.
First of all, I'm going to apologize. I had to write it down. I'm a coffee girl. I'm a chicory coffee girl, so I will be coming. But I also want to congratulate and thank Dr. Mosier and his team for bringing you to us.
Yeah.
Because we love to be able to hear the great stories of community members that attended, and that you still have your foot in Wyandotte County.
Yes.
And that is always a great, great story. So excited to hear that KCKCC is running deep in your family.
Oh, yeah.
So we hope that, when you all get together, you get to share the powerful stories and share the great work that is going on here. And congratulations.
Thank you.
And you'll see us.
Thank you.
Oh,
I
yeah.
appreciate it. I hope to see everyone
Thank
there one day.
Yes. I'm
And
excited to
I-
try it, and thank you very much for, in keeping with our mission, helping to inspire individuals and enrich our community. You're a great example of that in person. So thank you for sharing your story. And,
Thank you. I appreciate
and
you
please
guys
take that
inviting me.
message with you and continue to share it in the community. There's a lot of people who just, for one reason or another, haven't heard that there's opportunity here, and we want to continue to spread that message. So
Thank you. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, and I really would like to follow up on that and ask you, other than you and your family, what do people coming in your cafe say or know about the college?
About the college, so I'm probably the one that's spreading the word mostly about the college. I have a couple friends who I just actually helped enroll in ESL classes, and they're hoping to go on to ESOL. That way they can start getting their credits for community to work towards their degree. They're immigrants from Cuba.
Did they know they could get that here?
No, they didn't.
They
They didn't. They had previously gone to get some information from JCCC, and they just said they had a very bad experience. Nobody would help them out. It was just a big struggle for them to get enrolled in those classes. And once I heard that this past week we had enrollment here at KCKCC, I brought them down, and it was
Well,
it was
that's great.
amazing.
That's great to hear. But again, I'm curious, why would they go to Johnson County? I mean, maybe they live out there. Do they live out there? Or
I think
live out
they
that way?
no. I mean, they live off of Shawnee Drive, so it might be a little bit closer to them. but
that's state.
Probably
about
not,
county
but
line.
I'm curious why they would go there
Yeah,
rather
that's county
than
line.
come here.
I don't think they knew that those classes were offered here, and when I told them that they were offered here, they were surprised, to be honest. And the reason I knew it was because
That's
my mom
interesting.
actually came to those classes as well.
Because we're getting ready to put a facility less than a half mile from there.
Yeah,
you
and-
know, from your restaurant, and so we need the people down there to know what we have. So
Right.
we need to figure that out. Mm-hmm. And appreciate your help in spreading the word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
we've got a community engagement committee. We
I
might
was
be
just
reaching
going to
out
say
you
that.
about,
Stay in your
so.
place there, Chair Isnard.
Yeah, I'm surprised you
I'm-
missed
I'm-
that opportunity, Mary. so I-
Listen, because
I
I'm
took
coming
it
in
for you.
person. I'm coming in person. Shoot.
I took it for you.
Engage.
I took it for you.
All right. Well, we will let you off the hook unless there's any other questions. I'm
yes,
sorry.
I have to say something because she was in Student Senate when I was Director
Yes.
of Student Activities. And it's a small world because Dr. Scott Baylock went there.
Yeah.
And she mentioned the college, and somehow my name got mentioned, and Scott tagged me in it. And then a couple of weeks ago, I tagged her in a post, but I didn't know she was going to be here. So it's a pleasant surprise to see Nubia and her sister. And I just want to say I'm not surprised at your success because
you.
you were such a great Student Senate leader. You just took things and you just ran with it. And so that student involvement is so important. You know, we need the classroom and everything, but if they're able to, and Phi Theta Kappa does a lot of things, but if
Yes.
you're able to get involved with all the students and lead the students in activities and events and ideas, it makes a difference. So you were always a leader. So thank you. I'm so excited to see
I
you
do have to
here.
say that being part of Student Senate it did help me a lot as in my way of presenting myself and becoming a leader, like Miss Linda just said. And it also helped, coming to a community college, it's kind of hard to make those long life friends or that college experience that people always want. But when you get involved and you go out of your comfort zone to kind of keep those, I still keep in contact with some of the people I served with on Student Senate. They've come by the cafe. So those friendships have been really important, and they've been really helpful too in this walk.
Yes. And you've tagged me to come, and I'm still going to come by.
Okay. I'll see you there.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks again.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
everyone.
Okay, next on our agenda, I would invite the presentation of the KCKCC Community Impact by Dr. Mosier.
Great. Thank you, Chair Isnard. All right. Well, thank you. I always like to take the opportunity to share the many good things that we're doing here at KCKCC. We've had several budget conversations and hearings during this summer session, but just kind of a recap of some of the things that we've talked about. We really are making a difference in Wyandotte County, and that shows in just so many ways across the region and even beyond the borders of our county. And kind of scattered through some of these images, you'll see some examples of some of our graduates, the programs that they are enrolled in or graduated from, and what their starting wages were. So just very impressive for a 1-year certificate, a 2-year degree, and then of course the incredible work we're doing with the downtown Community Education Health and Wellness Center. I use the bottom left-hand corner quote a lot because education, it truly is one of the most powerful instruments for reducing poverty and inequality in our societies that we live in. I'll pull these up all at the same time so you can see them. I'll move through them fairly swiftly. You know, 85% of the jobs that are out there in the market, 85% require more than a high school diploma. Wyandotte County is not set up to be successful with this model because of the lack of the level of education beyond high school. So when we look at the county, 50% of our students don't have that requirement, and 85% have less than the high school diploma. Again, some of the new images that we have this year, and I was down at one of the UG meetings, and they were doing their intent to exceed revenue neutral hearing. Their images are actually lower than this. Some of the ones, I think the Kansas City, Kansas may have been at 16 cents, but the other ones were at 15 cents, and 2 of them were at 14 cents. So because we've been so diligent in trying to stay cost effective for our community, our percentage of that tax dollar just continues to decrease, and it has year after year. And with those dollars, we're so efficient in what we are doing and the economic impact that we're making in our community. Again, this comes from the 2022 economic impact study, which didn't get presented and put together until 2023. So it's really not that old. But for the investment that Kansas made of $115 million in 2022, our total return, just an economic impact, is $765 million. And I think all of us should be out there spreading the word about that ROI that we provide for our community. I was in Leavenworth County 2 weeks ago presenting in Lansing for the land purchase. Now, we know that we're talking about Wyandotte County mill levy rates and everything, but our impact in Leavenworth County is even around $50 to $55 million a year. And that's with the money that we're utilizing from the college that does not come from Wyandotte County taxpayers. So we make a tremendous impact across the region. You know, we have slides that we've shown about what we're doing with our AET program, our Industrial Maintenance Technology. It's changed acronyms a couple times. Now Skilled Maintenance Technology Certificate, and our degrees that we are offering. And every single semester we're turning out students who have new jobs, new occupations, new careers, who are adding between $3 and $5 million to our local economy. I was just down at the Panasonic grand opening for the VIP opening the other day, and I'll probably talk about that more later. But Ashley Irving said we have another 19 students going through SMT this summer. Well, they make on average, about $55,000 a year. So in that 8-week program, those 19 students are going to produce another $1 million of income for our community. Nothing speaks, I don't think, as strongly as some of what those numbers are. As we all know, we're really changing downtown. As they say, the dawn of a new day for KCKCC and downtown Kansas City, Kansas. I'll have some images to show with you later today, taken last week, and I've already seen a couple images like 3 days later. It looks completely different already again, but huge community impact, and we're going to be making a difference in the heart of Kansas City, Kansas. A couple of the areas that we focus on, of course, our healthcare area, allied health professions, making on average of $80,000 a year, but a lot of people don't know the manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, the very clean computer, CNC, PLC, robotics type work that we need is paying actually more than the health profession at this point in time. And some of the myth busting that we've talked about over the last 6 months or so. And I still love the part that we're not building $1 million fountain, but if we could, it would be chocolate. Thank you for the laugh over there.
That was a great one.
In 2024, we graduated 376 nurses, EMTs, paramedics, 1,900 health professionals in the last 5 years. The county continues to boom. In 2025, we'll break $1 billion. Many of you have heard about Project Wolf. That's the data center project for Wyandotte County off of Parallel. It's 6 data centers. I've actually met with the representatives of the owner. It's a single owner investor on this project. It's a $12 billion project in total, $2 billion per data center. Each data center will only employ about 50 people or so it's a great business for that area, but the jobs are very high paying. So we will be ramping up our information systems, IT, cybersecurity, networking programs to make sure that we meet the needs of this company. And they were very impressed when they heard with what we were doing with Panasonic. So these are just some of the slides that I showed probably a couple months ago, just taking a snapshot of about 12 programs from the spring semester graduating class. Those 12 programs put out about almost $30 million in student income with their new jobs and what they're getting paid. And then I just added the SMT summer cohort on the right. There are, some current concerns with funding as we are starting to sink below the consumer price index on being able to keep up with the CPI, but we'll continue to work with that and have those conversations. And one of the best ways to reduce the tax burden on a community is to create more taxpayers. And there was an individual that spoke in Lansing at the beginning of their hearings, and he mentioned that KCKCC would not be a taxpayer. So when I was able to get up and speak, I said, yes, sir, you're right, but we will be creating taxpayers, and we'll be creating taxpayers at a rate such that we will be creating more income for the community than if we were just a taxing entity in itself because of the multiplying effect. Just some of the other wages that our students are making in the different programs. I'll just go through these rather quickly. All very successful career wages. And I think this is what we do best. So our mission is to inspire individuals and enrich our community one student at a time. I think we continue to meet our mission, just very much like our student speaker so eloquently said tonight. So our impact on the community continues to grow and grow, and I look forward for it to do nothing but continuing to do so in the future. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Dr. Mosier?
Very good.
All right. Next, we have the audience to patrons and petitioners. At this time, I'd invite the public to raise their hands in the chat or approach the podium for the opportunity to address the board. Addressees must state their name and address for the record before making their comment or question, and there is a 3-minute time limit. Do we have anyone in the chat?
We do not have anyone in the chat.
Seeing none approaching the podium either, I will move on next to the recognitions and presentations portion of our agenda. At this time, I'd invite the presentation of the Academic Master Plan Annual Update by Mr. Jerry Pope, Vice President of Academic Affairs.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I'm kind of divided this into 3 parts, and I'm really talking about what academic affairs as a whole has done through programming this year. So we did institute a few new programs. One of them Dr. Mosier has mentioned tonight, and that's the Skilled Machine Technician Apprenticeship Program. This is a 16 credit hour Cert A, and it's tied to a registered apprenticeship, so students are doing both I say didactic work, but they're doing the coursework, and they're also doing the on-the-job training through Panasonic. So we continue to have multiple students graduate through this program. One of the interesting things, you have to match the so SIP code, which is our classification of instructional program, and SOC codes, which are occupational codes. You have to match the apprenticeship with the correct program. And we had some interesting difficulty or steps doing that, but I want to say that we were able to get it done. And I don't think Johnson County was able to get it done nearly as quickly as we did. So I think we're on the ball, and that kind of speaks to our entrepreneurial spirit. I don't know whether, Dr. Mosier, I'm stealing your thunder, or maybe you've mentioned it earlier, I'm not sure, but I hear, that is true. I hear that we were mentioned positively at the opening of Panasonic. So that's really a good thing. Another program that we worked on was Phlebotomy Technician. This is an 8 credit hour short program leading to the industry-recognized Certified Phlebotomy Technician certification. And this was a request that we received from high schools in Johnson County. Johnson County only offers that through their continuing education program. We worked with Johnson County, and they agreed that we could offer this program, in high schools in Johnson County. And so the students will come here instead of having to go to Wichita. So it works out really good for those students. This is a nice stepping stone to a health career profession, so we're real excited that we'll start this in the fall. And I think that, again, is a kind of testament to our entrepreneurial spirit here. So Johnson County was not willing or interested in making that a credit program, so students, of course, couldn't get SB 155 funding for those. Surveying, we've had this surveying technician program for a while, but we listened to the industry. We created an 18 credit hour Cert A, which leads to the industry recognized Certified Survey Technician Level 1 Surveyor license. So these are primarily for people who have survey experience, and they need these courses in order to sit for those licenses. And I don't know the number of students, but I do know one of the required courses is trigonometry, and we had more trig students this last year than we've had maybe forever. So I think that's a really good thing. High voltage, I want to mention, it's not a new program because we had all the approvals last year, or really it's year before last, but we were finally able to identify a faculty member So we hired a faculty member, and he really hit the ground running. And so we're purchasing things. We saw some things last month for this program, and we'll see some things coming up. But we're really excited for this program and excited for Mr. Mateel, who is our faculty member in that area. Some curriculum changes, and I'll just kind of highlight some of these so you get a sense of what we're doing. We used to have courses that were like the same course, but 1 credit hour, 2 credit hour, 3 credit hour, depending upon the student needs. That kind of was complicated to keep track of, both here and in KBOR. So I don't want to toot my horn, but I'm the one that pushed us to do this in the music department. So we're able to offer these courses as variable credits. So students can choose when they enroll whether they want the 1 credit version, the 2 credit version, or the 3 credit version. So we did that in allied health. We did that in audio engineering, chemistry. Was that 1 minute?
Yeah.
Was that? Oh, okay. We did chemistry things. We did communications. We did some criminal justice. We did exercise science. We did some curriculum changes in HVAC. We did music, psychology. We created a 4-credit study abroad program to Italy in mid-March. So it's a special topics class in psychology. And then we're going through a program alignment verification at KBOR. So these are programs that are aligned at KBOR, and we have to make sure that we match actually to the word. So we were supposed to have everything done along everybody in the state by July 1st of this year, but KBOR got pickier and pickier and pickier. And so they allowed us an extra year to come into compliance with that, and we're continuing to work on that. So those are just some things that we've done through really the curriculum and the academic program through this year, and I'll take any questions that you may have.
Cool. Good job.
All right. Great report. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Got my pages out of order there. All right, next on our agenda, I'd invite the presentation of the Gallagher Compensation Study Update presented by Dr. Schulte, Vice President of Finance and Operations. Good evening.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Tonight, we just want to take an opportunity to just give a quick update in relation to the work that's been done on behalf of KCKCC with Gallagher in partnership with our Chief Human Resource Officer and Human Resource Office as a whole, along with other individuals on campus. As you may note, the process and project scope was to look at, initiated and by administration, to take a look at a compensation study across all positions on campus. With that, then moving forward to recommendations and project finalization. Right now, we're at the point where we're reviewing the information and the data, and as that data is synthesized through us at the HR, recommendations will be then brought forward to the president. We'll share that information as we continue to move in that direction. With that, right now, it's one thing I just wanted to stress again as we look at this, what this understanding of what the project is and is not. One of the things that was the focus of this was really looking at the accuracy of the information on those positions, to understand how it's being administered by the administration on campus, keeping the individual position descriptions on campus up to date, and then also looking at our competitive position in relation to where we are with our competitors, whether that be locally, nationally, or internationally. And an emphasis on what it is not. It's not a study that's simply to reduce or increase pay on a per-person basis. It's not necessarily one to address needs of staffing. It wasn't going to address organizational structure or make recommendations on that. It was not designed to cut costs, and it also was not designed to eliminate positions. It really was an analysis of what are the positions on campus, where do they fit relative to our competitors, who are our competitors, and how do we use that information in making strategic business decisions as we move forward. With that, Gallagher worked closely with all of us, taking a look at who are we marketing against, who was the data that we're using in order to figure out our market basket. With that, there were a variety of different areas they look at. Some higher education specific, but some of them locally specific, saying who are we attracting and retaining as we try to attract various positions. Some of the positions we go out and search, we may be doing a national search for various positions, and some we're doing a local search. We want to make sure that we have a comparison of information and market baskets, both locally and nationally. With that, we took into consideration the type of organization, public and private, based on very specific positions. As you probably know, a faculty position in various areas we want to compare in relation to a higher ed institution, whereas we have positions in areas like facilities, accounting, finance, where we can compare to local businesses in the area as well. So taking a look at the type of organization, the size of the organization, where they're located, in order to make sure we're looking at a comprehensive market basket for all of those various positions. And with this, and we'll share the information with you as we move forward, Coupa Market Basket competitors, taking a look at college and university that are comparable to us. We wanted to take into consideration not just institutions of higher education, but like size institutions in relation to student FTE, faculty FTE, and staff FTE as well. So in going out, as any of you can imagine, there's a number of institutions of higher education across the nation. We wanted to make sure that the benchmark and the comparison was someone comparable to us as an institution based on our size and our resource scope as well. Through this process, in having conversations with administration along with the president as well, there were three options. Do we want to lag and pay lower than the market median? Do we want to match and pay equal to the market median? Or do we want to be a leader in relation to the market median? Conversations that happened there and also at this level were really an emphasis on how are we working towards matching the market median based on those market positions per position. With that, what that means is taking into consideration a competitive position, plus or minus 10% in relation to where the position is located on the market basket relative to the comparative market baskets. We could have gone highly competitive, looking at 5%, competitive at 10%, possible misalignment 11 to 15, or significantly misaligned, but also wanted to take it in consideration while doing the assessment and creating our market basket, where do we sit relative to this as well? And it came in under the competitive criteria.
1 minute.
With that as well, we wanted to look at consistency across employers, sufficient market data to be able to make that analysis to say, are we competitive relative to who we're comparing to? And then also taking a look at job relevance specifically. With that, one of the key pieces that they found as they went into it was looking at unique job titles. We wanted to make sure not only the fact that we were looking at the positions, but we're able to find an appropriate comparison to those. So if somebody had a specific title that might be somewhat uncomparable to others, we looked for like-minded, like-specific duties in relation to the job title so that we could actually use that for a comparison moving forward. With that, you can see, based on the various divisions on campus, we fall inside that 50% comparison, plus or minus 10% in pretty much all of our areas as we move forward. With that, we do have recommendations that have been put forward by Gallagher. We continue to analyze those, and we'll make recommendations to the president as we continue to do that work. And then the final piece of that comes down to recommendations and next steps. So as we continue to analyze this, both from a staff, administration, and faculty standpoint, we will make those recommendations to the president, work that information through finance committee, and then again, bringing it back to the board once that information is provided. That concludes my presentation. If there are any questions specifically, I'd be happy to try to answer them tonight.
Dr. Shelton, this is Trustee Ricketts. Just a quick question.
Yep.
Only because I brought this up in another conversation. When it comes to our national versus local search, what's the criteria that we use? When do we decide as an institution that we're going to keep this particular role and responsibility at a national search level versus local? And then do we have any data on what the retention difference is?
Yes, specifically when we look at who we're attracting and taking into consideration the current positions that we have and the level of those positions, Trustee Ricketts, that's taken into consideration when looking at where do we put it out to? How do we market it currently, right? So if we're looking for a director of financial aid, it might be a position where we're searching. We could do both locally, but also extending it beyond to a national search, taking a look at very specific positions. Whereas some of the other positions we will take into consideration and where we market the position in the open position opportunity as well. So if we're looking at a position, I have some in facilities right now. We're looking for a plumber. As we do, we put that information out there. While it is provided and put out nationally through various sources like LinkedIn and sharing it on LinkedIn, we're also doing a local search in relation to being able to attract and retain. And then assessing through HR who applies for those positions, the location of where they're coming from for those positions, which also then informs us on our process of where we post future positions as we go forward. So it's an inexact science, but at the same time, we take each of those into consideration when we look at position postings and then who's responding based on applicant stack.
And do we have the second piece of that? I know it's kind of a long question. Do we have any data that supports the retention rate? Are we finding that, and don't get me wrong, we are so glad that you are here. But do we have any data that supports, what's the retention rate when we hire local versus folks outside of our Kansas City metro area?
Yeah, I don't have the information with me at hand tonight, but I certainly a piece that we could probably share in the future through Finance Committee and bring it to the board to give you an insight in relation to each piece. As you all know, I mean, we're like everyone else. We have position churn, so we will make sure that we can assess that. But I think that's a good question, and it also helps to inform us in relation to where we're posting those positions to be able to attract and retain as we go forward as well.
And if I might change the definition just a little bit, when we do our searches, we look at them, are we going to do them internally or externally versus local and national? So on most of them, we do go as an external search.
Certainly.
But those searches are, they're sent out nationally, but they're also sent out to local avenues to get the message out depending upon the position, the skill sets needed. When we take, say, high voltage, we did that as a national search, but we also sent it to every electric co-op in like a 200-mile radius and all of the Evergy and BPU and all of that. So we're searching every nook and cranny that we can get, but it's more defined as an internal or an external search. And most of the administrative type positions are external searches just on some of the way we've set up our systems and making those decisions well in advance of a single search so that we're being consistent in how we handle those searches. It would be interesting. We can take a look at longevity of whether they're a relatively local candidate or a national candidate. In all the 3 recent major searches that we've had, we have had both local and national people apply for them. So it is getting out, the word is getting out, both, in our general region and nationally.
Very good.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Schulte, for that update. Appreciate that. And to piggyback a little bit just on Vice Chair Ricketts' question about that retention data, I would say let's not wait just because it's timely in some of the board discussions that we've been having with some of the searches we've got going on. If we could get that just sent out to the board once it's put together, some of that retention data would be helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to share that we did review this information in our monthly Finance Committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda would be communications. This month we have none scheduled, so I will move on into the board committee reports, beginning with the Board Finance Committee. So this month, normally this committee is chaired by Trustee Criswell. She was unable to make it, so I subbed in, but the meeting was chaired by Trustee Gilstrap. So I thought between the 3 of us, we could kind of make sure that we don't miss anything. But Trustee Gilstrap, do you have anything you'd like to inform the board of?
No, but I was honored that Trustee Criswell asked me to conduct the meeting, and so that was a good experience for me. And Trustee Ash was there, and we did appreciate you, Chairman Isnard, for joining us, just in case we had any questions and such. But anyhow, Dr. Schulte, he did talk about the Gallagher, and he brought that up in our meeting, which was on Thursday, July 10th, and he pretty much the same information. We appreciate him doing that too for us. But he also brought up the June financials, summary and financial board reports, and there may be some changes in that at the end of the day. We'll have to be getting some final figures in, but kudos to Dr. Schulte and Ms. Karen Callahan for giving a fine report for us. We did the certification of cash on hand. It's due, or it's as of the certification of cash, June 30th, 2025, and that's due to KBOR Board of Regents, July 15th, 25, so, which is today. And I think we had one revision on the pre-approved contracts list for 25, 26. And we did another item was the designation of official depositories. And then President Mosier gave an update on the new location. And that's about all I have, unless you guys.
No, yeah, we'll be looking at those that information on the depositories and so forth later in our board meeting, so that everybody will have it, and the information is in your packet, so.
All right, yeah, great recap. I don't think you missed anything that I recall. And just a quick note, just so the public's aware on that designation of depositories, or essentially where we keep our money as the college for banking in the community. That is a procedural yearly thing that we do each year, so nothing out of the ordinary there. It's just part of that process that we take care of every July. So, all right, if there are no questions or comments from the board, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the Board Policy Committee with Trustee Hoskins Sutton, and it looks like I've got a note that you are still not meeting yet for until you return from the summer. So, did you have anything to report?
No.
Okay.
Just September is when we will meet again,
Okay.
when the Senates are back.
All right. Thank you. Just in case, let's go ahead and get a motion to accept that report as well, please.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have the Board Community Engagement Committee with Vice Chair Ricketts.
Well, good evening, everyone. Listen, we actually met yesterday, which was phenomenal. One of the things that we are working on is sending out a letter to our community engagement members that is really spearheading them to start asking just a few questions, kind of like when we had Miss Nubia with us. You know how we asked the question? Matter of fact, Trustee Ash, was very intentional. I love that because he's on the committee with me. What are people saying about the college? Because one of the things about community engagement is you have to hear the voice of the community members. And just to give you a little snippet, the email that we'll be sending out to our community members that are on the Community Engagement Committee, I will be sending it out to Chair Isnard and our college president, President Mosier, just to make sure we don't have anything in there that would cause any challenges. But just to give you a little gist of it, a couple of the questions that we're asking our community members, when you're with your family and friends, not in a survey format, nothing, formal, but asking them, what are people saying about KCKCC? What's the word on the street? And what are we excelling? And what can we improve on? One of the things that I think is so important for us is we are a community college. So the community voice is important, and not to ever get us down a rabbit hole, not to get us into the weeds, because that is not our job as a trustee board. But we do need to make sure that the community members are able to share, the good news, and to make sure that we're giving them the information that they need. And I know if Mrs. Green is going to share, I'm sure later, on all of the social media and PR things that are going on that are highlighting the great work that we're doing at KCKCC. That's what we need to do. And that's what we're looking forward to. We will have our in-person meeting coming up in September. That will include our community members that are on the committee, and Trustee Ash, myself, and Mrs. Green. And it will give us another opportunity to share with them the great work that is going on, but also for us to receive the information back from them. What's the word on the street? Because we know that perception is reality. So if there's something that we need to share with President Mosier, like, hey, these are things that we're hearing that are great, and maybe a few things that are of concern. So we have some great work ahead of us, and we are looking forward to it. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Ricketts. Any questions or comments from the board?
Trustee Ash, did you like to add anything?
No, I would not. Thank you.
Fine.
All right, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next, we have the ACCT and KACC delegate report. Trustee Ash.
There's not a lot to report, really. It's kind of a down cycle. But I have been forwarding to you email information that I've received from either Heather Morgan and KACC, or the great news we got from ACCT regarding the Pell, that came out of Washington, D.C. and so forth. So we, went to Legislative Summit, and we talked with all of our legislators, and everybody else, all the other colleges, and everybody did. And I think they actually listened with regard to the Pell, and also with regard to the, the defaulting on the student loans type thing. There was a provision in one of the proposed bills to, hold the college responsible for those things, which would have been a killer for us. And the final version of it, the Pell went our way, and that thing went away. It didn't make it into the bill. So that was really, really good news for us. So now we're gearing up. There is a KACC meeting the first weekend in August in Ark City, or Arkansas City, at Cali Community College. And then the ACCT Congress is scheduled for October in New Orleans. And Linda and I will both have committee meetings prior to the Congress officially starting and beginning. So that's where we are.
All right, thank you. And I do appreciate when you send those updates through the email. It's great to keep up on those things. It's hard to keep up with all of it, just with so many topics to follow. So those recaps are really great. Thank you.
It's not always good news, but it's information that we need to be aware of, because some of those, for example, the cuts in some of the funding, or the clawing back of some funding that we've already received, or one thing or another, then presents challenges for us as we're working our way through our budget. What our budget's going to be in our proposal, and what's the prudent thing really for us to do, and are there other possible sources for that funding, in any way. So I'll keep forwarding them to you, and I'll keep you abreast of those things.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Trustee Ash, this is Trustee Ricketts. Was there anything that really stood out to you in the last couple of communications that you had that you're like, this is really going to impact us here in Wyandotte County? Was there anything in particular that you saw that really stood out for us?
Okay, I'm not sure I got all of that, Mary. Was there anything that stood out to me from what?
From some of the email and the communications that you've been sharing with us, is there anything that really stood
Well,
out that you're like, this is really going to hit us?
I stated them, the information about the Pell and the information about, the student loan default, thinking that was there, those were significant for us. Everything else was pretty much either not significant impact to us, but good information.
Okay.
And now as we move closer to Congress, and certainly after Congress toward legislative summit, and the new administration now has been seated for 7 months roughly, and will have their first year, if you will, under their belt, we'll keep an ear out to what they're thinking, and then we'll have to adjust when we do legislative summit in 2026. So that's why I try to keep funneling that information, so that if there's something that you're concerned about or catches your attention, we can be sure and get it on our list, get it on our radar. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the short-term Pell, or workforce Pell, as it's also called, is really a big one that we have lobbied for at the national level for years and years, and that's a big win for us. And we have our national congressional delegation to thank, our relationships that we've built with them over the last few years to really help push for that. It's a great thing for this community, allowing folks to take advantage of some of that support financially for programs that don't necessarily fall into the full-length program framework. So some of those shorter-term programs that still change lives when they are able to, with a short stint with us, learn skills that they can go out and make living wages. So it's a big win for us, for sure. All right. Hearing no other questions or comments, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next we have our consent agenda. At this time, I'd invite any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda items. Otherwise, I would call for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I do have a comment on item D, personnel, approval of personnel items. I just want to say on the resignation of Dr. Fabiola Riobe, thank you for giving us 2 years, 2 great years. I don't think we would have known about Peru, the Peru connection that she did for us. And, if you Google her, she's known on the national scene. So we appreciate her gracing her expertise here at Kansas City, Kansas Community College. And I wish you the best in your next endeavor.
All right. Any other questions or comments, or do we have a motion?
Move approval of consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move into our next set of reports. Beginning, we do not have a Student Senate report this month due to the summer break, so we will start with the President's report with Dr. Mosher.
All right, very good. Thank you, Chair. I just have a few items to report upon. Some I mentioned a little bit earlier, but I'll expand just a touch. yesterday morning, they had the grand opening for the Panasonic factory in DeSoto, Kansas. It was quite an event. It was a VIP event, but there had to be 200 or 300 people there. But very, very well attended by both the people from the state, the federal government, and many people from Japan, Panasonic corporate. So that was nice. During the presentation, many people spoke in the first portion, half a dozen or so, and Ashley Irving and I were the two invited. And I have to say that Kansas City, Kansas Community College and or KCKCC was mentioned at least easily more than 6 times when they were talking about the opening of this multi-billion-dollar facility, 4.7 million square feet, 4,000 employees. And when they talked about training their workforce, the first college they mentioned was KCKCC. So that was just an amazing feeling and just really speaks to how much that we have been out there working with business and industry, making these partnerships happen. Panasonic is just over enthusiastic about what we're doing to help train their workforce. As I mentioned, we had 19 students this summer. That means we have trained 74 Panasonic employees, and just counting spring and summer combined. So they're very happy about that. Their lead workforce apprenticeship personnel within HR has been promoted to a senior position. And, you know, Panasonic is usually very tight-lipped on what you can and can't say, and images and numbers and all of that, but they have actually approved Alexis to come to New Orleans with us to ACCT and be a part of our presentation that we give there on creating public-private partnerships and working with businesses in for-credit apprenticeships. So that's a huge win. So we're excited to have her join us for that. Speaking of Peru, I believe it is this week. It starts, Saturday, the 19th of July, and it goes through, it's 7 days, whatever that end date is. I'm looking for the other piece of paper. We have, I believe, 7 individuals who are on the study abroad trip to Peru. So Dr. Candace Scott is the chaperone, so to speak, on that, and they have a great agenda lined out for that trip. So happy to see that going. I'll have my budget presentation here in a little bit. We do have the new Board of Trustees candidate orientation coming up this Thursday at 3 o'clock. We're inviting all of the faculty and staff. That's why we have it at that time, so people can attend and listen to what our candidates for the Board of Trustees have to say and ask them questions about that. We do have several kind of new hires, so I'll mention them just real quickly, and the supervisors can expand if they would like, but we're really pleased to have Dr. Devin Stroman, who will be joining us from Eastern New Mexico for the Vice President of Enrollment Management and Student Affairs. He will begin on August 28th. And we have Eche Okoye, who will be joining us as our Chief Information Officer as early as next week on Monday, coming from New Mexico State University. So excited to have them join the team, both from New Mexico, so you know you can't be too bad with that. As I mentioned, we didn't hire anyone on the dean search, but Jerry and I have been meeting yesterday and today, and we believe we have a solution that is very workable and hope to have some good news with that very soon for the Dean of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences. We will have our cabinet retreat scheduled for Thursday, July 31st, and Friday, August 1. And we're looking forward to that. And with the departure of Dr. Ryobi, we have gone and taken a really close look at the functions of the 7 different areas that reported to her, and made those adjustments. Workforce innovation will be going to Jerry Pope, because one of the things that we're wanting to do is take workforce innovation and non-credit programming and get it to make that next step into credit programming. So the easier that transition, the better. So it's often in career and technical education, but then it's usually kind of siloed in that, and it's hard to get it to break into the academic side of the house. So reporting to the VP will help with that. Entrepreneurship will report to Dr. Baylog, the EVP, as he's doing a lot of work with entrepreneurship right now. Adult and continuing ed will go to VPAA, and as will online services will still report to Dr. Brewer and then the VPAA. 3 that will be moving to the new VP for enrollment management and student services are high school partnerships, international and immigration services, and the cultural enrichment center. So putting everything in place. Dr. Stroman is aware of those additions to his division. He's looking forward to it. And it'll take us a little while to make the changes on the internet, of course, on the website. So hang with us, be patient a little bit, and we'll have that updated soon. Just a slight note here, the board candidate orientation is for new trustees who would be running in this upcoming election.
And when is that again, Dr. Mosier?
It is this Thursday at 3 o'clock.
Here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So I was going to ask about that because I thought the forum is later, but this is something different that you're having.
Oh, I may have missaid that. It's the new candidate orientation that is this Thursday. That's what Cheryl's note is. She's corrected me from the distance. So yeah, it is the new trustee orientation, just for the new trustees running.
Who are running? Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that catch. Yeah, the open forum is later.
Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, I apologize for that. Lots of little.
All right. Thank you.
Things going on. No, good catch. And I believe that, so some budget items. July 1st, we got a note that adult basic education is not going to be, it's on pause, which probably means it won't be funded for this year. We will fund that with KCKCC dollars in the interim. And the earmark is the Senate Appropriations Committee. That's the $3 million for AET equipment. Senate Appropriations has not finalized all of their negotiations on all topics, so it stays. It's not approved yet, and Mr. Pope advised me, I think today, that there was a message going around for Carl Perkins funding to do not exceed over 30% of your budget by September 30th or so. So we may have there is talks of clawbacks in different areas, so budget-wise, I think we need to be extra cautious in those on how we budget. So I think that concludes my report.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the Executive Vice President's report, and Dr. Baylog is out of town, so Dr. Mosier will be filling in tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. And we get to the spot here. Right, so Dr. Baylog is on a very well-deserved vacation this week. He gave me some items to highlight in the 3 areas of focus that he has: institutional strategy, partnerships, and community engagement, and operational excellence. I'm going to take them just a little bit out of order because I'll share some images at the end. With partnerships and community engagement, on workforce, he met with Tico Productions, KC, not yet, please. KC BioHub Consortium and Canby's Markets to explore collaboration opportunities between KCKCC students and the community, and is also still very active in the KCK Chamber of Commerce. Educational partnerships, he's been working with the superintendent of Leavenworth USD 453 to discuss technical education opportunities and new programs that we might be able to work with the high school there. And KCKCC's Lansing Correctional Facility Welding Program had their graduation. Community engagement, he's been very busy participating in various meetings in the Kansas City Metro, including the New to KC group, Swope Health's Honoring Women's and Healthcare Luncheon, KC Tomorrow Alumni Association, several things up at Fort Leavenworth for the Command Center and Control. Greater Kansas City Hispanic Coalition had a Comida KC meal, which our students were also a part of, I believe, and a court-appointed special advocates at CASA of Johnson and Wyandotte County. Operational excellence, really providing leadership on grant initiatives as we look for new grant opportunities that might help replace some of the ones that appear that we might be losing, and engaging multiple technology companies, including Packback Archer Education and Adaptive for leveraging products and solutions to help with our automation and enhancements to the college. And then lastly, institutional strategy, really working with a talent pipeline management implementation, KC Rising's TPM addressing key workforce shortages, and then assisting with the various searches that we've had. Dr. Baylog really kind of led the VP for Enrollment Management and Student Services search, and I just kind of inserted myself a little bit more proactively into that search, but I appreciate all of his help with that. We just finished the 4DX, the 4 Disciplines of Execution, year 1. We had some very good results, so at the retreat we'll be planning on what we do year 2. But Randy, if you'll go ahead and share now, please. I wanted to share with you, this is some screenshots off of the platform that we use. It's we engage it all the time. It's fully live. But for the end of the year, we were looking to target for degrees and certificates. These are non-duplicated students who have obtained a degree or certificate. We had a target of 992. That would be a 3.2% increase from where we were at 961. We beat that target by 46 students, which is a 4.6% increase on where we were targeted. And if we look at the total from this 961 to where we ended up at 1,038, that's an addition of 77 students who earned a degree or certificate. So that's an 8% increase for last year, which is just outstanding. So I really appreciate everyone's hard work with that. So this is our number 1. This is our institutional WIG, our wildly important goal. We have 2 sub-WIGs from there. The one is around enrollment. We wanted to exceed enrollment. We started at 6629. We had a target of 6795, and we hit a goal of 7,055. So we were looking at a 2.5% increase. We beat that target by 260 students, which is outstanding. We beat the target by 3.8%, and we increased from where we began at the beginning of the year by 6.4% enrollment increase. So again, very good work by everyone. There's tons of effort going on in multiple areas, from the admissions to enrollment to advising, for everything there. And then our third sub-WIG, we're missing something there, hold on. And our third sub-WIG, it was persistence, and that's showing from, persistence from semester to semester. We were at 3,511. Our target was 3,666. So that would be a 4.4% increase. We hit 3,624. So we just barely missed our target by 43 students, or a difference of only minus 1.1%. But if we look at our total increase for the year, we increased persistence by 113 students. So it's still an increase of 3.4%. So nothing shabby on the results. So we were just almost there, not quite enough. And we know persistence and retention are the areas that we need to continue to do some work on. So the first day of our retreat, we will be looking at these, be doing some examination of them, and defining what our goals will be for next year, and then strategies. And I'll just real quickly, I forgot to show you some images from downtown from my report. This is about 10 days ago. This is where the dirt yard will be. You'll see it's not quite there yet. This is the technical wing. This is the partner building stack here. And in 10 days, you can see quite a bit went up. The technical wing, the eyebrow, covered walkway for the students. This parapet covers all of the HVAC equipment, and it's all getting insulated now. This is with a tour of the Kansas State Community College Leadership Development Program. This is a storage area in the construction side of the technical wing, very stout. And then this is looking into that wing, so you can see it's rather huge. If we go up and look at this square area here, this is actually steel framework for the commercial construction side of the program, where they would be building a building out of steel, just like we're doing right now. So that will stay inside the building. They'll build a building, tear it down, build a building, tear it down. This is just looking from the storage area up top. It's rather impressive. This is an older photograph of this is the lower level where we'll take deliveries, etc. And you can see the stairs coming up here, steel superstructures. This is up on top of that partner stack, overlooking the advanced technology wing. This is a driveway behind, so we can get equipment in and out of the technical wing, and these large walls are city requirements, so it doesn't look like we have a bunch of trash stored around. This is like a week later. This is the framing of the rest of that dirt yard where the commercial construction students will be doing their training with ditch witches, diggers, small equipment, backhoes, buckets, etc. And all of those vehicles will be EV. So there's no emissions, there's no sound or anything like that. And the walls will get painted with murals on the outside. Just a student group with Dr. Terry Calloway from KSU, CCLP program, just kind of walking them through and talking about the project. They've never been to a large commercial building site such as this. This is by the elevator going up. Just tremendous progress going on. So exciting to see. This is the new steel structure on the second level of the partner building, and now this steel structure is all the way up to the top of the elevator. It's all 5 floors. So anyway, lots going on downtown as well. So with that, I'll conclude Scott's report.
All right, thank you for subbing in. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have the Vice President of Academic Affairs report with Mr. Pope.
Good evening again. Just a couple of things. This is kind of reporting season. So one of the things that Mr. Tom Grady, the faculty director of the Institute for Teaching and Learning, does is he looks through his surveys that he's had all year for the many professional development activities that go on, especially for faculty. And you can see the numbers there, but the overwhelming majority either highly agree or agree that they've met their objectives and that it's been useful and good information for them. So kudos to Tom for the work he's doing in the Center for, I did it again, for the Institute of Teaching and Learning. Also, the Office of Assessment. I'm learning all of the deadlines for the dean, serving as the interim dean, so we had lots of deadlines that happened in June. I said that June was report month, and I didn't like June, but 2 really good people have birthdays in June, so I had to take that back. So they analyze this data for the faculty, and they work on the assessment report, which you'll hear in October. So a lot of that is done over the summer, and then it's collected and collated and summarized and put in a really nice report that I'll share with the board in October. Dr. Andres Cantillo went to the university in Denmark, and I want to say, even though that sounds like extensive travel, because of his membership in this and because of some other things, it actually was a little bit cheaper than my own travel to Chicago for HLC. So Dr. Mosier and I talked about this and thought it was a really good opportunity for Dr. Cantillo to present at this conference. So, we're not only national, but we continue to be more and more international. Students in career and technical education actually got to do a lot of tours recently. The welding program, you can see, participated in things. Dr. Mosier mentioned it, but Comida KC, several culinary arts students, and they had cuisines of Latin America, the Caribbean, Brazil, and Spain. Lots of kudos from people who ate that food, so congratulations to our students there. Construction technology, I thought this was really interesting. They had a hands-on project at the main campus here where they transformed a storm drain into a beautiful crafted stone brick wall. So not just utilitarian, but also very beautiful. So you can kind of see a picture there of it. Automation engineer, technology students, those students that participate in the Federation of Advanced Manufacturing Education portion, so FAME, focused on robotics. And I thought it was really interesting. They identified the appropriate robot type best suited for the specific application and why there's not a single best solution in the manufacturing facility. So some good work from our students there. The PTA program received 34 qualified applicants for fall 2025 admission, accepted 24. This is the largest class in nearly a decade. So we think some of that is probably because the PTA program was the first program in the United States to receive approval to be a hybrid program. So again, we're kind of setting the curve. So congratulations to the department and to the dean. The Carl Perkins grant, we were able to acquire 30 MetaQuest headsets and virtual reality. So the idea is we're going to use this in a smaller group, and then we'll really figure out how to do it. We'll open it up to a larger group in health professions, and then we'll open it up hopefully to the whole college. So this is an opportunity to use virtual reality in various scenarios in classroom instruction. And then we continue to do good things with our community. So Dr. Creamer reported about we welcomed Catholic Charities Refugee School Impact Summer Camp during the week of June 16th here on the KCKCC main campus. So we don't have as many things to report in the summer, but we're still doing work. And we're getting ready for the fall semester. I can't believe it's already mid-July. So the fall semester is right around the corner. So I'll take any questions that you may have.
Yes, I have a question. That's great on the PTA that there's 34 qualified applicants and you took 24, and I know there's class size limits. So for that 10 that didn't make the cut, would they be part of your spring 2026 class?
That I don't know, because I don't know what the requirements are for, I don't know if they were qualified.
Okay, because on here it said that.
Oh, it said 34 qualified.
Qualified, yeah.
I don't.
All qualified.
Well, I
yeah.
think so, because I think reported later on there's already 10 for the spring.
Yeah.
But I'll clarify that with Dr. Bone.
Yeah, I think it said that for the spring, I think 6 to 8 applications had been received, but
okay.
it didn't say that they were qualified.
I'm all over the map on that, so I will talk to Dr. Bohm and send that information back to Dr. Mosier.
Yeah, so I just thought, that's a big start on the next class if you have 10 that are qualified that didn't make this, because I know it's competitive. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no questions, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have the Vice President of Student Affairs and Enrollment Management report with Dr. Cordy. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just received a message from our athletic directors, and great news. They just came back from a meeting in which we received a comprehensive update on the academic performance of our athletic departments across the state of Kansas for 24-25 academic year. I'm proud to report that KCKCC ranks second overall in combined GPA amongst the 21 member institutions in Kansas. Great news.
Outstanding.
Second. The bad news is number one was Johnson County. But anyway, our team GPA is 3.324, and Johnson County's team GPA was 3.355. We're very close. And to give you a perspective, last year I believe we were 12th or 14th in that, so that's just great news. Yeah. Our enrollment numbers look very robust for a fall semester. As of Monday, we have an increase in headcount of a little over 6% compared to last fall. For credit hours, we're up a little over 7% compared to fall 24, which is great news. All indicators are that we're going to be in great shape for fall semester. Our housing, we now have, we're full with contract on our students, and we have a waiting list of a dozen students on the waiting list for our housing, and so it's also great news. We're seeing all kinds of really heavy traffic on our Success Center for student advising. Everything is full speed ahead, trying to get students registered for class and get them in. I know the board was looking at some of the issues for our financial aid. We were very concerned about the Pell situation, but it looks like that's going to be fine for us for fall semester. And so all other indicators, we're dealing with some real issues in terms of fraudulent applications for both financial aid and admissions that we're trying to address, but we found that other colleges and universities are dealing with the same situation, so that's going to be an ongoing issue for colleges and universities. That's basically my report. Are there any questions that the board might want to ask me?
Good stuff.
Well,
The one thing that caught my attention in the student health services, and I know it's always good to be improving ways to help students and the community, and I just want to commend them for adding a new service, diabetes screening, A1C, and I think that can help a lot of students and the community. So just Just a comment for that.
Well, I think with our College Health Center, I think that, they try and focus on what some of the current issues, and as you all know, more and more of our students are coming to college with chronic issues like,
Yes.
diabetes and things like that. So I think it's great that our health center folks are addressing that at an early age.
Okay. And I have two more, but I'll just ask one of
Okay.
them. I also noticed that the new student orientation, there's one July 15th by Zoom, and there's one July 24th that's in person. I'm glad that those two options are available now. But it used to be mandatory. Is it still mandatory that they attend?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Simple, the short answer, okay.
It is, and we're also looking at online student orientation. That's something that we're trying to make it as convenient as possible for students, and so we've got a number of vendors looking at for online student orientation so they can get the information they need before they arrive at college, not necessarily having to be here in person for their orientation.
Oh, okay, so the one that's Zoom is mostly for the online students?
Well, it can be either.
Either, okay.
Either way, but the way we set it up for the online, which will be set up, and like I said, virtually what happens we have it online, but it's we have our admission staff there present. It's real-time video, but what we're looking at is a program where students can take the orientation at 2 or 3 in the morning and still get the information at 24/7.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think this enrollment data is encouraging. We've been kind of creeping along and crawling our way back, especially since COVID, and it's really exciting now to see those numbers getting
It's
up
the
there.
place to be, like you said. I mean, I worked at a lot of different colleges and campuses, and I have not seen this kind of enrollment growth consistently as I've seen at KCKCC. So, it's just great to see.
Well, thank you for that perspective.
Yeah, I think this is our 6th straight semester of enrollment growth, but that would be good to double check because it has been consistent. I'm thinking 6, which is pretty amazing.
Well, also, Dr. Moser, I could just add the percentages too. I mean, we're looking here. I mean, I've been in schools where you've had 2, 3, 4% increase in enrollment, but here, I mean, we're talking almost double digits, in some semesters.
Mm-hmm.
That's unheard of where I've been. So,
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take small incremental gains over time as well, but to hear large number increases like that, that's just really great news. So thank you.
Anything above 5 is great. So,
Yeah.
and I have to announce this is Tom's last board meeting. So he's been with us for 13 months now. We've really appreciated everything that Dr. Cordy has done. Devin arrives on August 28th, and Tom has agreed to stay on, and he'll be with us for 2 weeks so they can overlap. So his last day will be August 8th, but we will definitely have a gathering for Tom and Devin, and we'll make sure that you all get an invite.
And I want to say, Dr. Moser, it's just been a real joy to work with you and the rest of the cabinet and the board members. It's been a great experience. I mean, I've had a couple of these interim positions, but this is really the highlight. The other ones don't even compare to this as far as how welcoming and encouraging and open the entire KCKCC community has been. So I appreciate that and the leadership here.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you've done a lot of great work while you've been here, so thanks.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion to accept the report, please.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Awesome.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Next, we have the Vice President of Finance and Operations report with Dr. Schulte. Good evening again.
He's back.
All right, thank you. And good evening again, everyone. When putting together our response and our board book for all of you tonight, we reflect on, with my leadership team, our strategic plan, taking into consideration student success, quality programs, and services. With that, in the area of the business office, we're working on the preparation of the FY25-26 budget. The evaluations from the unified government were received on June 13th, and revisions of that information are being created and shared with all of you you. More of that conversation will happen again tonight. In addition to that, and focused on our student success, food service, consolidated management, as you noted, last month was approved, and we continue to move forward with our plan to open the Blue Devil Cafe prior to the start of fall semester, with a focus on being able to feed our students on campus and enhance their student success here. In addition to that, facility service, the field house floor project draws close to completion. All approved graphics have been installed and final finishing details are underway. In addition to that, as you walk around campus or drive around campus, you'll see a number of various initiatives taking place over the summer as well. Construction is alive and well here on campus, making sure we're taking care of some of the deferred maintenance needs as we prepare to welcome students back in the fall, and also employees on campus, making sure that spaces are well maintained as we move forward. With a focus on quality programs and services as well, President Mosier noted the hire of a new CIO, Eche Okoye. He brings more than 15 years of experience leading technology innovation across higher education and global enterprise environments. As acting CIO and a member of the IT executive leadership team at New Mexico State, Eche was a key member in their Lucian Banner ERP system to Oracle Cloud. As you note, that's been a project here where a colleague school, not Banner, but their sister programs, and Eche's experience in making that movement with New Mexico State is paramount to the success of what we're doing in our movement of colleague to the cloud. Eche earned his master's in business administration degree in information technology management from Western Governors, and is currently a PhD candidate in learning technology at New Mexico State. So a lifelong learner and continued learner. So we look forward to Eche joining the team in a little less than a week, next week, Monday. With that as well, in human resources, with a focus on employee engagement, Human Resources Department continues the 2025 staff performance evaluation period, which includes supervisory training, staff self-evaluations, performance assessment, and future goal or setting operations. So again, taking into consideration our employee engagement on campus and giving timely and effective performance reviews to encourage people set goals and continue to move forward. The annual medical benefits review is conducted with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas City on June 18th. We continue to take a look at what benefit opportunities we have available and making sure we're providing the best opportunities for our employees on campus. With a focus on community engagement, Sergeant Scott Bailey and Officer Garcia attended the Down Syndrome Innovation Summer Celebration Foam Party in Mission, Kansas on June 7th. In addition, as we transition and make sure access is available for our students and community members, the hiring process for the fitness center attendant continues with anticipated candidate selection by the end of July. So in addition to adding the attendance, we've added fitness on demand on campus as well. IT's finalizing that process. So making sure we have access to fitness programs for our staff, student, community members, and others going forward. With that concludes my update from the area Vice President of Finance and Operations. I'll entertain any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you for the update. Do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, the Vice President of Marketing and Institutional Image report with Ms. Green.
Ms. Chris.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
As has become my tradition, we'll start with a video showing one of our academic programs.
I believe that good things come to those who invest in their passions. KCKCC's art department is a small but growing community.
I think my favorite part is the community that we've built around it and the teachers that care so much. I feel very welcome here. There's a community of wanting each other to succeed.
I've always enjoyed making and just being around art. I was always too scared to paint. When I was a kid, I was afraid to make a mess, and just the ability to make a mess and not be worried about it turns into really cool stuff.
Both the professors I've had so far have been great. I mean, I couldn't ask for more. Just gotten to meet a lot of new people who have helped me see different aspects of art, which I really enjoy. Art club's also pretty nice. I really like art club.
I don't think there's any limit to the amount of success that can be had by number of students that come out of here. I want them to know that I am their co-pilot in success if they decide to come here.
So our visual arts programs that included both graphic design and the visual creative arts, painting, ceramics, all of those. Today, I want to talk to you just a little bit about the Marketing and Institutional Images Division and what we have been working on. Starting with student success, we've really focused again on leveraging our community network to help increase applications and enrolled students. You will hear us locally on Spanish radio and see us on Spanish TV, as well as we are sending out a final postcard for those who are still making their decision to enroll. And we have extended our radio campaigns locally through August to help make sure that we're reminding those in our community about its approaching deadline and ability to join now and help out. In addition, we have been working closely with athletics. As the floor has been done, they are working on a plan to install some vinyl installations to really make the whole building snap the way the floor does. And also working with the KCKCC Police Department in developing a wrap for a community engagement vehicle. On the employee engagement front, I have worked with several search committees, helping through Chief Information Officer search, as well as we are currently searching for a graphic designer. And then on the community engagement front, I'm excited to share with you, and you should seen it in your email, that we are having a topping out ceremony for our downtown center, and that will be August 8th at 10 a.m. And invitations were sent this week. Also to note that we will have the signing before 10 a.m. between 8 and 10. And if that time doesn't work for you, we'll have some other times you can stop by and sign. As Dr. Mosier shared, the progress is moving quickly. And Randy and his team right now are working on a video showing the progress from the very beginning, what we saw at the groundbreaking, to where we are today, that we'll be able to share. We also did testing, and we will be able to have a drone there that day so we can get an up-close view as that steel beam gets put into place, as it's a large building and we don't always have the best bird's eye view. And then finally, I wanted to talk about the fact that we are in the middle of annual report season and working through developing that. And I wanted to take a time to do a final shout out to our team on customer service for our wildly important goal in the area. That included media services, event and scheduling, and print shop. They surpassed their goal of 3.5 with over 200 surveys. They had a 3.9. So I do like to make sure that we have publicly acknowledged, and they did a lot of hard work to achieve that goal, and I want my team to be very proud of that work. And so with that, we have a quick report over the summer, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Congratulations to your team.
Thank you.
You and your team.
Yes, I am definitely looking forward to that topping out ceremony. That's been a long time coming, and another large project that we had recently, I mean, Centennial Hall. When I joined the board, it was just a month or two after the topping out ceremony for that building, so I just missed it, so I'm really excited for this one. So.
Wonderful, thanks.
All right. If there are no other questions or comments from the board, do we have a motion to accept the report, please?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next on our agenda, unfinished business. This time I'd invite the invite the presentation of the revision of pre-approved contracts list for fiscal year 2026 presented by Dr. Schulte.
Thank you, and hello everyone again. Just wanted to give an update. As we met as a finance committee on Tuesday, we had conversation in relation to the pre-approved contract list that all of you approved last month. With this, we added an addition after conversation with President Mosier around some of the operations that are happening on campus and some of the transactional timelines associated with them. We wanted to put before you a revised version of that, which added one additional line. The additional line states miscellaneous, and it really focuses expense description on emergency facilities maintenance and repair. One of the things that we run into on campus with deferred maintenance is things don't necessarily always follow a timeline for board approval, and if something breaks, we have to make a transactional process to fix that. Some of those exceed the amount that the president and I are able to approve without getting board approval, so we wanted to put something in here to be able to say we can address those quickly. We will reconcile them the following month and make you aware, but also giving us the authority to be able to move those forward through this pre-approved list. And in that, we put $1 million for additional facilities related. If we can come in under that, we certainly always will try. This is really just in relation to that break fix. You may note, coming into campus, you might notice on the other side of the wellness center that the road is torn up. We have a situation where the chiller, due to extreme heat, the chiller had an issue, so we're working on that repair. That's an emergency repair with which we had to take the time to do it, make sure that we're repairing the space, providing air conditioning to the various buildings on campus. One of those where we have to do it pretty much immediately, but want to make sure that we have something noted in here for pre-approval from all of you ahead of time. This was moved by the Finance Committee and approved by Finance Committee for the board's approval tonight.
So the chillers, has it been repaired? Because it's getting ready to be really hot these next few days.
It is. Yep, it's in the works right now. So we made sure and we let everyone know. We sent messages and communications out to make sure people were aware with the CEB building, the Wellness Center, and the Learning Commons as well, making sure that people are also aware of it. We brought in additional spot cooler units, AC units, and fans to be able to mitigate some of that heat, and then also gave the opportunity for individuals to work remotely while that repair was taking place. But right now, all of those steps have been taken, and AIR is working in each of those buildings.
I heard it was very nice today by Tom.
Yes. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
It's been awfully warm, and it challenges our systems on every level.
Yeah. You had a lot of good things to say for Debbie and her crew.
Great.
Yeah.
I would make a motion that we approve the revised, pre-approved contracts list for fiscal year 2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
you. All right, that is all for unfinished business. Moving into new business, I would invite the presentation of the notice of intent to exceed revenue neutral rate and budget hearing for fiscal year 2025-2026 budget presented by Dr. Schulte.
Thank you. And with all of you today, we shared additional information in relation to what came to us through the Department of Administration in Kansas. With that, focused on KSA 79-2988, which outlines the dates applying to all budgets. With that, June 15th, assessed property valuations distributed. We did receive ours on June 13th. The next date in that listing is July 20th. That is the last date to notify County Clerk of intent to levy beyond revenue neutral. So again, tonight, we provide that additional information, and I turn it over to President Mosier or Chair Isnard in relation to the information.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Schulte. Randy, if you'll switch me over, please. So a lot of this work was done by Dr. Schulte and his team and the entire cabinet. And we just want to go over kind of real quickly so everyone has fresh in their mind some of the key points that we've been talking about in this budget cycle. And by the end of the night, what the board needs to do is to take action on whether we will or we will not exceed revenue neutral, and we have to submit that by the 20th. So again, we've looked at the proposed operating expenses, capital project priorities, some of that Dr. Schulte just mentioned, projected revenues, expenses, and mill levy options. Since our last meeting, we have been working on, to the best of our ability, identifying what the different revenues will be given some of the unknowns yet to be and what our expenses are. So in these columns, in the red, you'll see where we've made adjustments. So the column immediately to the left of the red is the original in this first column. Trying to see my mouse pad. Here we go. Here is the proposed budget that we talked about at the beginning of this budget cycle. And if we went flat, these are the adjustments that would need to be made in the different categories. So, and yes, thank you. Cheryl put them on your desk for you to make it easier for you to see. So this first column here would be if we went flat on the mill rate. The next red column would be if we went minus a half a mil on the mill rate. And then the last column would be the reductions that would need to be made if we went revenue neutral. Revenue neutral equals 1.946 mils. And each mil is $2.324 million. So those are the options that we request for the board's consideration. The next page that you'll have in the slide that we're looking at are the anticipated expenses. So if we choose to go flat mill minus half a mil or revenue neutral, you can see the adjustments that will need to be made from the proposed budget. So from the original proposed budget, we mentioned we're going to have to pull down more because we just learned on July 1st that $320,000 will not come to us for adult basic education, and some of the other money that has been pulled. I mentioned we still don't know if we will get that $3 million for the congressional discretionary spending or not. So we have the revenues up above. These would be the expenses. In the center of the page, you can see the dollar amount that would need to be reduced from the originally proposed budget. So it ranges between 3.38 million, then to 4.5, and then all the way up to $8.2 million in reductions if we went revenue neutral, and then we had to add these other cuts on top of it. Dr. Schulte put the different possible cuts down on that bottom left to help it help you make it a little bit easier to identify where those cuts would come from. Just a quick review of our tuition and fees for the coming year. We did not change the fees for Wyandotte County, and we had some slight adjustments for in-state, metro, out-of-state, and international. Again, no fee changes were made to our student fees for this coming year. And then there are some individual course fees, and that'll depend upon the type of expendable materials that they're using, et cetera. And then the grants, state, federal, local, and private grants are included in that line item. Auxiliary revenues do include our student housing and the college bookstore. Those are our primary auxiliary accounts. There's some other smaller other revenues through auxiliaries, like the lease for the child care facility, et cetera. Tiered and non-tiered funding, there are some questions that are still out there regarding especially tiered funding and how much money will be available in the coming year. That is the SB 155 or the Excel and CTE. And then other operating revenues, interest income, interest expense, and then as we transfer for some of our larger projects. So overall, our revenue summary looks like what we have here on the screen, and these have been adjusted student tuition and fees has been adjusted from -7% to flat. Federal grants and contracts, there's been the $320,000 reduced from that dollar amount because of adult basic education. State grants and contracts, there's the 715,000 or so that has 705,000 that has been reduced, and so forth. So total operating revenues, we're looking at a little over 25.4 million. Non-operating revenues at 14 million. This slide is actually somewhat summary from what we were just speaking about. Again, the state cuts, possible earmark clawback, we don't know, or not passing because it hasn't made it out of Senate appropriations. We think that it will pass. The word that we're getting from Capitol Hill is that it will pass, that portion of appropriations has bilateral or has unanimous support, but it's DC, so you never know until it's passed, I guess, is probably the best way to describe it. And some of our other funding, the ABE federal funds, not making it to us, and then the latest announcement about Perkins is somewhat bothersome as of yesterday. Just things I think that we should be considering as we make decisions. Our standard expenses that we need to look at, there will always be there, salaries and benefits, strategic opportunities, learning spaces, R&R, reserves, contingencies. In 2025, the decision was made to go revenue neutral. These are the dollar amounts that we don't have a lot of control over. If we want to continue to give our employees the raises that I believe, and I know you believe that they deserve, 4% is $2.6 million. Our recommendation is 3% this year because of funding. Health insurance will go up, facility insurance will go up, utilities will go up. Leases and maintenance will continue to go up. So these things are mostly beyond our control that we do still need to figure out how to budget for. Equals about $5.6 million. R&R for 2026, the funds are slightly different, but then again, the college would be forced to absorb another $4.344 million. If there's no funding, that's going to be very difficult to do this year, especially in light of if we do that, then we know we already have federal and state cuts that will make that even more difficult to do. Just to recap a show of our mill levy history, we have been flat for 8 years or down. The yellow shows where we have been decreasing in the last 3 years. The ones prior were flat. The dollar amounts on the bottom are the revenue amounts that would be levied. In 2024, we cut 1 mil, equating to approximately $1.97 million. Multiply that times 3. That's a total cumulative reduction, or not reduction, but not collection, of $5.9 million. 2025 added to that 5.9 is another 5.6. If we have that in 25 and 26, that's another 10.6. So in total, that's about $16.5 million not collected if we compare that to mill levy flat. We looked at this a little bit earlier. But from where we are currently, where we stand currently is we are now falling short of the consumer price index of about 5.5%, or about $5.5 million. If we were to go revenue neutral again this year, that would put us about 8.5% below CPI, or approximately about $8.5 million. This slide we've seen. This slide we've seen several times. We know the economic impact and the tremendous ROI that we have on our community and for our community. I don't think that's in a question in anyone's mind. Slide we just looked at earlier, just a quick snapshot in time from our about 12 programs in summer, putting about $30 million into our economy from only about 12 programs. A reminder on our budgeting process, the departments do submit budget requests. We don't roll over budgets. Those requests go to the President's Extended Cabinet, who makes adjustments and then sends them to Cabinet for evaluation. Any new asks are evaluated and prioritized based on the funding availability, initially by President's Extended Cabinet. So they'll take all the new requests and look at them in relationship to our strategic plan priorities and give them a ranking score, and then we'll look at them from those ranking scores on which ones, depending on what we can afford to fund. The majority of our expenses, of course, are salary and personnel, plant and capital, and supplies and other expenses, with approximately 50% of our expenses going to salaries and benefits, which is actually pretty good. It's a pretty good percentage when you compare looking at other institutions. It's usually a little bit heavier in that personnel category. The top three categories equal about 78% of our budget, so that only leaves remaining about 22% if we were to try and not cut in those areas. Some of the increases that we're looking for this specific year, the salary and benefits that I mentioned, 3%, $2.3 million is what that would take. Increase to adjunct credit hour rate of $50 per hour, just needing to be competitive with our pay that we pay our adjuncts. It looks like a period. There probably should be a comma. I think that's $108,000. It's not 108. It would be $108,000 increase. 12% increase estimate in our health insurance for about $625,000. With the Gallagher study, we usually put $300,000 into funding for pay equity adjustments that are identified in these studies. I think the average number, looking at the Gallagher multiple different ways, is somewhere around $600,000 to $800,000, doing 50–60% of the adjustments recommended by Gallagher is a rough number. We have some new faculty positions that we need now. We also need to start preparing for downtown as we get ready to open up, occupy in the summer of '26 and classes in fall of '26. We want to have some people brought on a little bit early so they can be trained and ready to go, so we're providing good services for the new downtown site. These are some of the numbers that we looked at. They were created actually in 2021, maybe with a previous board prior to some of our current board members being on. these are the positions that we're looking at, and we will try to share, job share, and use technology as much as possible when filling these, but we will need some face-to-face positions, and individuals like our police officers or facilities and custodial and those types of people, they have to be face-to-face. We'll need some of our advisors will need to be face-to-face, and we'll have some virtual setup, kind of like the banking teller systems and such use as well. And then we'll look to try and share expenses as well. And Dr. Schulte is currently working with the other two partners on identifying what that share might look like, where we can have some shared expenses. Highlights of the proposed expenses: supplies and operating expenses. We would probably, be looking at $1.2 to $2.6 million cuts if we were to flat to revenue neutral. Reserves, we would cut. I apologize. I don't think this slide was updated. So it is a little bit more now because some of the other loss in revenues, but it is on the other slides. So these numbers are a little bit low on where the cuts would be. We do need to look at how we plan for Leavenworth. Of course, that money does not come from Wyandotte County funds, but we do need to consider that. Scholarships, financial aid, about $1.32 million is what we have identified for that. Strategic opportunities, we usually start with about 1.25 million. I think we've already cut probably 500,000 out of that or close to it. Contingency, we've already made some cuts to that as well. For 2026, these are some of the other main items that we need to do for R&R to make sure that we can try and fix things before they break and then actually cost us more money. Obligatory expenses, I think we have touched on these already as well. And this is a repeat, I apologize. Okay. So again, our distribution of the tax dollar is very low. We continue to budget just as conservatively as we can in order to keep the high standards set for our programs and our services that we're wanting to provide our community. We have really raised the bar, I would say, these last 6-7 years. We want to continue to do that, and it does take some additional resources in other areas where we will pull back from other areas where we need to do that so we can be as fiscally conservative for our community as possible. This is just a repeat of the slide earlier. And the projected expenses. And really, for now, I would happy to take questions from the board, myself or Dr. Schulte. And then the other steps that we have, we need to determine, the board needs to determine whether or not we would intend to exceed revenue neutral. If we do that, we need to set a hearing date. I would just add one more item to that second bullet. As we talk with individuals from last year, the person from the Unified Government, Matt Willard, thank you. A lot of them, they do say, as you plan, even if you plan to go revenue neutral, if you're thinking that that's what the college is going to do, the advice is to do an intent to exceed revenue neutral, because if from now to when the budget settles, the valuation settle, and there is an increase in that valuation, then the college would not be eligible to receive that, or if there's a change in the calculation that we would receive additional money, we would not be able to receive that money if we did revenue neutral here tonight. There was conversation on that last year. This year, the valuation from the UG was anticipated at approximately 5 point something percent. Well, it actually did come in higher. It came in at 6.4, so there is always that situation where the numbers may change one more time. And if we don't do intent to exceed, and if that occurs, then we would be not being able to receive those additional funds. With that, I'd like to just turn it over for any kind of board conversation. I can move back and forth to slides. We have the printouts with you, or Dr. Schulte has additional, more detailed kind of accounting type calculations.
I don't know if this is a question or a statement, but just procedurally, so I want to clarify what we are doing tonight. We are not setting the college's budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. We are setting the ceiling for which we cannot go above that for the mill rate. So we're setting the cap, and if we do not exceed or give that intent to exceed tonight, what we're doing is we are cutting off 2 more additional months of our time to develop our budget, which we could still decrease mill rate, do more work on where we want to make cuts. If we do revenue neutral tonight, we cut that off, and we have to then work with within just this flat number. So my concerns with that, in the last 3 years, or at least the time that I've been on the board, we have done revenue neutral or reduced the mill every year, I believe. And with the consumer price index, the inflation that we've seen, I don't know that that is realistic to be able to do forever. I know I have heard the feedback from community members. Nobody likes taxes. We are very financially responsible and frugal as a college. I mean, if you want a better example than the fact that we are holding our meetings on folding tables instead of a fancy wooden table, there's one for you. We have to protect access and affordability for educational opportunity for students and adults in this county, and give them the same opportunity that generations before them have had. So we have to maintain the programming that we have. We have to maintain or be able to keep up with the changes in programmings that are coming through, the new needs of employers in our county. And then one thing that the presentation with the county appraiser that kind of stuck with me is how much development this county has seen in the last few years for commercial property. I mean, we've seen it pop up all over the place in this county. And we keep hearing from citizens who are against the development that those commercial properties are not paying their fair share. So when we reduce the mill, we're giving them as much or more tax break than we're giving the average homeowner in the county. When you look at the property valuations and the valuation of a commercial property versus a citizen home. So at this point, please, love to hear more discussion from the board, thoughts on this, but I think where I'm at is we're not setting the budget tonight. I would suggest that we do the intent to exceed, give that paper to the county clerk as they request by this deadline, and then we continue to hold conversations on if this board wants to make cuts, exactly where those would be and what the impact would be.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, was last year the first year that we did the revenue neutral?
Revenue neutral, I believe, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that was the first year that is that all because of legislation, Kansas legislation, that maybe they come up with these ideas to make us hold the line, so to speak? Or where did that revenue neutral idea come from? If that makes any sense whatsoever.
So where did it come from? Where was it birthed from? Or where
Basically.
did this college make a
No,
decision?
I'm just kind of thinking in my back of my mind that state legislature maybe
Right.
came up with something.
It was birthed out of the legislature.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that if a taxing entity decided to exceed revenue neutral, then by a date certain, they had to give notice, which is
Correct.
the 20th.
The 20th
We
of
have
July.
to notify the UG. And number two, you have to set a hearing date, a public hearing date, and have a public hearing date in order to allow the public to come and comment, about whatever they want to comment about with respect, to the revenue. And then, as Chair Isnard said, in the meantime, we're finalizing our budget, if you will, hopefully with better numbers, but really, we really don't know the number till what, November, October?
Yeah, we'll get certification.
Yeah, so it really kind of hamstrings us in July, because as Dr. Mosier stated, and as Chair Isnard stated, if we do not vote to sign an intent to exceed revenue neutral, then you lose out completely, on any revenue, that there might be. So because we vote to sign a notice of intent to exceed revenue neutral, doesn't mean we have to take whatever that final number ends up being. We still could have an opportunity to say
Anywhere in between.
somewhere between revenue neutral and that number, whatever it is. We're only going to go enough to meet our obligations. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And if
Yeah.
we don't get that added revenue, if we go to not exceed the revenue neutral tonight, and you say it goes up and maybe there's more funds that we aren't going to get, who's going to get those funds? The people? Or does that make any sense, that question? If we don't get that money, and you say there's something goes up here and there's more that we could probably have gotten, but we didn't get it, does the unified government keep it?
No.
I don't know.
The taxpayer keeps it. I mean.
Yeah, that's a question I don't know if I know the answer to, but I understand where you're coming from, to say if we come in at, right now, say 6%, and we go, well, we're not going to do revenue neutral, and they come in and go, now it's 7% certified in November, where does that additional 1% go? I think it goes to any other taxing entities that made a decision to exceed revenue neutral as a proportion of whatever those taxes are. And if we're towing the line at revenue neutral, we're saying no additional dollars. So they do have to go somewhere, Trustee Gilstrap. I'm just not certain I know exactly where they go. I guess I'd have to follow that trail. But they don't come to us. Yeah.
Right. I'd say the thing that concerns me more so than the valuation somehow increasing between now and November is the opposite. So what happens more times than not is between now and November, appeals will happen.
Yeah.
Businesses will go to the state and claim, that you may have heard of the dark store thing it was big a few years ago, which really affects commercial values. Things like that will happen, and your valuation increase percentage will go down between now and November, but you've set your revenue neutral mill rate. So now that the value per mill has gone down, you actually take a budget decrease overall when you intended to keep it neutral or flat. So that is far more common to happen than the other, where something that they missed and the valuation would come in higher later.
So faculty, so salaries, if are more than half of the budget, is that right? Salaries?
Just about half.
Yeah, about 50%.
More than half the budget. Okay, one of the things that, and I can understand the need to have a regular increase for people working. Everything is inflating and things go higher and even faster than what we recommend, the 4%. Everything else is inflating much more than that. However, there is a problem. As you know, the fitness center had, I think it's 2 or 3 people who lost their jobs, and I think one of them was hired in a position, another position.
Correct.
And I know I think maybe one retired and one was not offered anything because her salary would have been more than $100,000, and there was nothing open for her. So basically, she had been inflated out of working for the college. And that's one thing that happens is a lot of times when companies get ready to cut, they cut the fat, people that are making higher salaries. Now, I personally also understand why a fitness instructor would not be earning $100,000 at most fitness centers. But because of this structure she was in, she was a faculty position and had gotten raised up to that. And so I'm saying, we're not looking at the fat where it is, and also we're not looking at how people, somehow we're cutting their throats. And I also think we just voted on the president's salary, which is, with the benefits and everything, is almost $400,000. Cut the fat. And I think there are other programs around here that we could look at to see where we could reduce some of the waste that we are spending. And before we start saying that we should be increasing the amount, we need to be looking at where are we really making cuts. I don't really see us making cuts. I just see us just wanting to get more and more money. And if we don't get the money and other government agencies don't get the money, well, it'll stay in your pocket, you as a taxpayer.
And I will note in the president's presentation tonight the 3 different scenarios that were shared looking at flat. And again, revenue neutral, if it was tonight that the vote was revenue neutral, the reductions required by the institution exceed $8 million on a $100 million budget. If it was that we looked at flat, we're still looking at $3 million or more in reductions. And if we did a mill rate reduction of a half a mill, we're looking at almost 4.5. So there's significant, to your statement,
I hope I said revenue neutral, not
yeah,
flat.
Yeah, and so it's that piece, but it's also to Trustee Ash's point and Trustee Isnart's as well, as saying that type of diligence is exactly what we're doing currently. And tonight, the proposal really is, where do we sit on revenue neutral? Can we continue to do that diligence along with the Finance Committee and the board to make sure that we're looking at exactly what you noted as well? And I think that's an important piece.
I think it's a sneaky way of getting an increase.
Well, and if I may, when we're looking at reductions, and the fitness center was brought up as a wellness center as an example, we're looking at different departments as cost centers. And especially that's kind of as an auxiliary, and we we can't pick and choose who we lay off. It's all by seniority, right? So the person who has the least seniority in an educational area, and that would include the other wellness center instructors who don't actually have the assignment in the wellness center, that happen to be that these two did. Those that have least seniority in a union job, those are the ones who are laid off first. So we're not selective in how we do that. And that we could, we were able to staff it with staff positions at, probably about 1/3 of the cost, and still provide the same services to the community in the wellness center, having it open. So in being good fiscal stewards, if we can provide the same services at a reduced cost, and that cost is to our taxpayers, our community, then we have the obligation to do that. But it's not we don't handpick people.
Well, from some of the people who were going to the fitness center, the same service was not being provided. In fact, I know that some of the fallout, because I go to the Y, and some of the people that had been going to the fitness center were coming to the Y. So I know they're not providing the same service that they did provide.
Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I was looking at my notes, and I thought I saw in my notes that we didn't vote on this until August. Would it have been August, or August 24th? I don't know. Oh, wait a minute.
Based on the
August 13th, would that be about right? August 13th,
Tonight we're voting
2024?
So there's a couple different votes, Mark. Again, tonight, what we're asked to do is to decide if we're going to sign an intent to exceed revenue neutral and notify the unified government, or
Chad.
not.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what
correct.
tonight's vote is. And that, again, that date is set in statute. That date is set in legislation by statute.
It
It's
is,
June
yeah.
the 20th.
Or
I'm
July
sorry,
20th.
It's July 20th. So that vote always happens by, well, as long as our meeting is before
Yeah.
the date, it happens in July. Then what we vote on later is the other detail.
Tonight
Dr.
I
Marshall.
pulled up on the screen is what we have to do, so you can see it's not budget.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you have the paper. So that's whether we, and this is a draft, it's either yes or no. And if we intend to exceed tonight, we do put a cap on that, and that would be in that yes line. The number that we plugged in currently is flat mill levy. So what we're telling the citizens in the UG is that we're not going to ask for a higher mill levy, but we may go as high as mill levy flat. But we could always change the board could always make the decision to go less than, or even to go revenue neutral between now and the other dates that you're looking at. This just gives us the opportunity to make that decision.
Yeah, your overall budget, when it's done, is going to be a pretty thick document that has a lot of work that goes into it. This half-page notice is really just going to the county so that they can start the notification and tell the public when we plan to have our hearing, where everyone has the opportunity to come and tell us whether they believe we should or shouldn't set the budget at what we're proposing. So it's just the very beginning of the true official budget process.
That's correct.
Yeah, because I remember last year I contacted you because I got a little, quite frankly, confused on what we did last year. because I thought I made the motion that we would not exceed revenue neutral. And I think it was Don Ash seconded that motion,
Right.
and on a 7-0 vote, that's where it was. And then I think I contacted you and said, well, I heard some other discussion going on, and I got a little confused on what happened. And I really don't want that to happen again this year.
No, that is how I understand the outcome was of last year, that we voted at this stage last year to cut it and say we're staying revenue neutral. So that was it. I know that later on there was some discrepancy in numbers or decimal places or something in budget paperwork with the county that resulted in not actually taxes collected that shouldn't have been, but would have been if it hadn't been caught, I guess, and that was corrected. So I don't know if that was maybe what you may have heard,
Yeah.
but that's long since been sorted out. Last year, the college did remain revenue neutral, and that's collected the exact same dollar amount as the prior fiscal year.
Yeah, we had the dollar amount correct. It was just the mill levy was incorrect. So there wasn't an overcharge or anything. It was just a
The calculation was.
calculation error, but the final number was correct.
So, right, when we said we're gonna go revenue neutral, then we had to lower our mill levy to remain revenue neutral. And then that's where it got,
Right.
yeah, it reported incorrectly. So what we're saying is, we went revenue neutral last year and we lowered our mill levy. If we decide to sign this notice of intent to exceed revenue neutral, it would be based on what our revenue was last year. And we lowered the mill net levy to get to that number. And I think what we're hearing from administration here tonight is that number's not going to be sufficient to carry the day for our next fiscal year budget.
All right, Vice Chair Ricketts, Trustee Criswell, I know we've got you online. If there's anything that you had to add, I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to jump in. And if not, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Chair Isnard. I have nothing else to add. I understand what my own position is, and I appreciate all of the thoughts that were heard tonight. So I will go ahead and turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did a Trustee Criswell.
Okay.
All right.
All right, well, at this point then, I think we can attempt to vote. Let's see where we land on it, and we'll go from there. So I would call for a motion to approve the notice of intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate and budget hearing for fiscal year 2025-2026 budget as presented, listing a flat mill rate to the prior year.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. This vote.
Discussion?
Is there further discussion?
Is there any discussion after the motion?
If you've got a question, go for it.
If I understand where we're at, is you basically are going with this yes on this form. Is that correct? The yes, where
That's the motion on
we
the floor,
intend to
correct.
exceed revenue neutral rate. Was it, is that
Are
correct?
we voting now?
Yes.
We have a
will
motion
be.
and a second on the floor to vote for the yes option on the form and with a flat mill rate compared to the prior fiscal year.
If appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go on record to offer a substitute motion, since we haven't taken a vote.
Okay, what would that be, sir?
It would be that I move that we do not exceed revenue neutral rate for the 2026 budget year.
Okay, I think we would.
Or we can,
That would be the second option. So for your substitute motion to replace the original, both the one who made the motion and the second would have to agree to that. So Vice Chair Criswell and Trustee Ricketts, do you agree to that?
I do not agree to that.
No.
Okay. Then at this time, let's vote on the original motion that has been made and seconded. This vote will be by roll call vote, beginning with Trustee Ash.
Aye.
Criswell.
Aye.
Gilstrap.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote. I voted last year to not exceed revenue neutral, and Trustee Ash seconded. It was a 7-0 vote. I understand the ramifications and the challenges. We've got a fantastic staff, and I know they can handle these challenges. But in my heart, I cannot vote for the motions that's in front of us, and I wanted to go on a record to say I cannot vote on that. It's no malice or anything to anyone. I appreciate all your individual votes. This is just Trustee Gilstrap making a comment.
Absolutely. Appreciate those comments. Moving to the next member would be Trustee Hoskins Sutton.
No.
Trustee Scruggs Andreu.
No.
Vice Chair Ricketts.
Yes.
Chair Isnard, yes. Motion carries 4-3. Okay. So with that, we will then, after the meeting, I will sign that and we'll get it presented to the county clerk. From there, the budget work still continues. Nothing is set, so we continue to work together as a board and administration to finalize what we want that budget to look like. So I look forward to those continued discussions and work while we get to something that everyone can feel good about. So.
I'd like to ask Dr. Schulte, do we need to determine our hearing date tonight?
We do. It's in that document as well. It's noted on, I'm sorry. Yep.
What, I don't see the document, so what?
Sure.
It's
what
at our
is it?
next board meeting.
In September.
At the next board meeting?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
it's
we can
noted
keep
on
it on
here.
the same night.
So the document presented says, yes, we intend to exceed. The date of our hearing is September 16th, 2025 at 5 p.m. and will be held at the main campus, 7250 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. So
That's the hearing date,
it is.
but our next meeting is in August.
It is for August. It has to be turned in by
You said
August.
September.
Yeah, September 16th will be when we have the hearing. We have to have the hearing by the
Oh, yeah,
20th
yeah,
of
yes,
September.
yeah.
That gives us the time to
Okay,
actually
all right,
develop the
okay.
budget, review it at the
I'm with
next,
you. Yeah, I'm with
next
you.
board and finance committee, so it buys
Yeah.
us the 2-month window
Thank you.
of time.
And that's because our
Yep.
August meeting is before that window happens. It's like 2 days before the window opens up to have the hearing.
Okay. So I did not have in my notes then that we needed to call out the date for that separately. So I don't know if this question is for you, Dr. Schulte, or possibly for Alan. We've got for legal counsel tonight. Do we need to have that as a separate motion setting the date then?
We do. Since the board voted yes, then we would take motion on setting the revenue neutral hearing, or the revenue neutral hearing, and that would be the date of September 16th.
Correct.
5 o'clock here in Upper Jewel. And we will also send out a, let's vote on that first.
And might I share, just to give context to Trustee Ash's question, inside the budget timeline document that was provided to us by the Office of Accounts and Reports Municipal Services, it does state in there the following dates apply when exceeding. Between August 20th and September 20th, we have to hold the hearing within that date period. So our August meeting is prior to that, so that's why we put it in the September meeting.
Got it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, what's the purpose of the hearing again?
The hearing is a public hearing. We would hold the revenue neutral hearing and the budget hearing typically in the same night. That would be when the public, it's an open comment period, follows our normal public comment rules. So the public is invited to come and give their testimony whether we should or should not adopt revenue neutral or the budget that we're proposing at that point.
Thank you.
So at this time, I would then make a motion that we, as part of the revenue neutral intent to exceed revenue neutral notice, that we set the neutral rate or revenue neutral rate and budget hearings for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 for September 16th, 2025, 5 p.m., and the location would be Upper Jewel. Do we have a motion?
One
I
moment,
made the
please. I would
motion,
like
actually.
to amend the language there, and also I would like to amend it to include virtual as well as at the college.
Yes.
But other than that, no changes.
I will agree to that, so friendly amendment. Date stays the same, September 16th, 2025, 5 p.m., Upper Jewel and virtually. I've made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
As just an informational item, we don't need to take action on it. Is it 10 days prior to the hearing, we will send out notices in the local newspaper, and there's a listing of notifications on how it will be sent out. So we will make sure that we meet those deadlines.
Excellent.
All right, thank you. Next on our agenda, I'd invite the presentation, the designation of official depositories presented by Dr. Schulte.
All right, and my final one tonight, so thank you for your time again. In front of you all are in your board book and provided in the Finance Committee meeting that we held on Tuesday was our designation of official depositories for FY25 and 26. This really does just outline the banking entities and institutions that we currently use and will continue to use for our bank depositories. On that list are Security Bank, Country Club Bank, Bank of Labor, UMB Bank, and then we have investments with Security, Bank of Labor, Academy Bank, and Commerce Bank. So again, taking into consideration us utilizing the various resources that we have around us in the Kansas City, Kansas area, I put that forward for approval tonight, and the motion was moved by Finance on Tuesday.
Move approval of the designation of official depositories for fiscal year 25-26 as presented on this document.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, I would invite the presentation of the alcohol resolution for the Muse Wedding Reception presented by Dr. Mosier.
Thank you, Chair Isnard. We do have a resolution requesting the serving of alcohol at KCKCC at an upcoming event. It's the Muse Wedding Reception. We don't do very many wedding receptions, but from time to time we do. And in these situations, like some of our other events, we make sure that we put safety procedures in place. So we would have KCKCC police down. This is for the technical education, the large room, and we also do a drink maximum ticket requirement on there so that we have parameters around there so it's a safe environment, and just thought that information would be something that you would be interested in being aware of. So with
Dr. Mosier, excuse me, is the Muse, is that a common, is that the people's name?
I believe that, yes, that's the family name.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes. Whereas Kansas statute 41719D prohibits the consumption of alcoholic liquor on public property except where expressly permitted by law, and whereas KCKCC has the authority to exempt from that provision specified property which is under the control of KCKCC Board of Trustees and which is not used for classroom instruction. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of KCKCC, we hereby exempt for Saturday, October 25th, 2025 from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. the Dr. Thomas R. Burke Technical Education Center, room AA 101, from that requirement. This exemption is granted in connection with the holding of the Muse Wedding Reception, passed and approved by the Board of KCKCC in a meeting held on Tuesday, July 15, 2025.
Do we have a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye, or no.
Motion
I vote
carries.
no.
Yeah, thank you. That brings us to the end of our agenda this evening. If there are no other comments from members of the board, then I would call for a meeting to adjourn, or a motion to adjourn, excuse me.
So moved.
Quick comment.
Yes.
Excuse me, quick comment. Just wanted to extend a special thanks to trustees, excuse me, Vilstrap and Ash, as well as Chair Isnard for helping to chair the Finance Committee meeting last week while I was out of the country. So thank you again. I appreciate you.
Of course, anytime. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.
We're out of here.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.